Hey there, I'm back.
Hey there, I'm back. Hey there, I'm back. Hey there, I'm back.
Whew. Forgot I was watching it on my phone. Is Mel live right now? How did you know that they are talking again? It's the guards that are bringing it in. Yeah. Guards are bringing in phones, drugs, cigarettes, food. Absolutely. There's organized crime in there, everything. If he ever were to hook up with the white Aryans or somebody like that, he could get anything he wanted. Either you hook up with the powerful people and you sell it for them and they give you some because they want you to go down instead of them, or you sell your body. Absolutely. I've worked in all 17 prisons in Massachusetts. I'm a forensic therapist. The inmates have all day to turn a staff member into what they call a duck. It could be the CO, it could be the nurse, it could be the teacher, it could be anyone. Sometimes they have it brought in by the runners, which are the trusted people. Yeah, it is. Frequency is the same. You ever watch Locked Up? 60 Days In? That's only jail. No, prison, it's even easier to get stuff. Prison, people are there long term. Jail, higher turnover, less trust. Prison is easier because you're there for decades and you all know each other. So they have all the time in the world to turn a staff member into one of their patsies. As a matter of fact, he probably would get into something even heavier. Because you do what you got, right? And if there's something heavier in the jail, they also in the jail have very risky ways of taking it. And honestly, if it was fewer and farther between, you are more at risk of overdosing because if you haven't used for a while and then you try to use the same amount as you did before, then you're actually at higher risk of overdosing because your body isn't used to the same that you were using daily. Carfentanil is heavier. There's also, hold on, I gotta look it up. I forgot the name. Xylazine. Xylazine is not reversible by naloxone. So if there's xylazine or carfentanil, you're at a higher risk of death, and naloxone will not save you. So the xylazine, carfentanil, um, scopolamine, And some of those don't even show up on a drug test. Like scopolamine doesn't show up on a drug test. No, crocodile, Krokodil, is a street name for desomorphine, which is a synthetic opioid. And naloxone does not work on that either. So that's a fourth one. Yep, crocodile does eat your tissue. The people out in LA and stuff like that have huge holes in their arms. You'd be surprised. People have actually sprayed their drugs with antifreeze, especially out in East LA a couple of years back, and people getting addicted to antifreeze as well. So not only did they get addicted to the drug they were already on, but they only went to the dealer that they knew sprayed antifreeze on their drugs because they were addicted to that too. You'd be surprised. They're doing some crazy ass shit. They want you addicted. So there are people in jail that make money by drawing on envelopes for their loved ones, creating art to send home to their loved ones, the one who can make the best desserts or the best jail food. Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but I am a alcohol and drug addiction counselor. And honestly, there's nothing that can make somebody get sober unless they're ready. Not their love for their family, not a nudge from the judge, not being locked up, nothing. Honestly, they need it. And I'm getting a little worried about him. He sent us a text. Are you one of his mods still? Did you see his text in the mod group on WhatsApp? If I had his mother's new address, I would have called. And Travis won't talk to me. He's mad at me for some reason. He said I did something to him. Did you see what Zach said in the mod group today? Oh. He said something quite concerning, and if I had his address, I would have called. Travis said I said he was acting like God. I don't know what that means. Doesn't sound like me at all. I don't even believe in God. I'm more I'm more spiritual than religious. So I said to him, that doesn't sound like me at all. And he was very adamant that I said it. And I said, well, if I did, I apologize, but it doesn't sound like me at all. Maybe it was you, but I apologize. And Travis, I was worried about Zach. So I'm like, hey, Travis, how do you get a hold of him just in case? Because he had moved into the hotel and he was making some statements that concerned me. And he's like, oh, now you want to talk to me? Blah, 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 blah. And he like went off on me. I'm like, whoa, okay, that doesn't sound like me. But why didn't you like address it in the moment? So I said, okay, sorry to bother you. I apologize. And I left. So I know that he's probably the only one that so Zach's living at mom's new place, and I don't know where that is. The cops probably do, but I've seen him on live enough today to not be super worried. I know he is. So Travis goes back and forth. So Travis either acts super caring or like a troll. There's like no in between. Like he rubbed me the wrong way in the beginning when I first started because he was being a troll. And now he like wavers between super pro 100% Zach and super troll. And I really, 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 really don't like this new lady on there. Yeah, CoSilent has been Zach's best friend for years, so if we're ever worried about Zach, CoSilent is a good person, but he's all the way in Germany. So if Zach isn't answering his phone, not much CoSilent can do other than try to call him. And if we can't get through to him, like if he drops his phone or he nods out and his phone is on the floor looking at the ceiling or whatever, like CoSilent can't get to him. Exactly. And now that Mel is back in the picture, he has a buddy to use with and nobody to stop her because the contract from Jaden is over. I hope they get a hold of his controlling behavior because that led up to all this. I watched a couple days before the shooting, and Jaden had been at Zach's kitchen table with Mel, and I'm like, what the hell's going on right now? And then my phone was blowing up because somebody I haven't seen around. Who was it? Big Funky. Big Funky was like, you're never gonna guess what I just watched on Zach's live. So Big Funky is actually a witness. I don't consider myself a troll, but I wasn't like curbing my opinion on drug use. Like I know he's nodding out. I don't call him out on it anymore because nobody really wants to listen. I mean, he knows we all know, but he still is in denial. He knows he does it. We've seen the blue on his mouth and his lips. We know he's doing the pills. Mom kicked him out back to the hotel because he was high as a kite a couple days ago when he was swimming in the pool. Did you call the police? I hope. I just missed it. Big Funky was blowing up my phone a couple hours after that. I got a really good visual when I good. I got a really good visual when I just read the newspaper clipping, and they said that she let him in. I personally think she should be charged with home invasion and an accomplice before and after the fact because she also erased the video. She shut off the video. Travis was not there. I'm aware. Big Funky told me it was only him and another person. I guess that was you. But Travis got all his information after the fact. He just likes to be a part of everything. Hold on a sec. I'll be right back. I know. It's all a matter of public record, though, to be honest. Yeah, so I read in the newspaper that I didn't, the pieces that I wasn't quite sure about. I knew that because Zach wasn't giving all the details, but I didn't know that she turned the key. I didn't know that. I knew they wrestled for it, but I didn't know that he fell backwards down the stairs. And then Jaden tried 3 more times and missed, thank God. There was a picture of his front door, the hole in his front door, and they condemned his apartment. Like there's a sign on the door that says condemned, which I'm not so sure why the whole place is condemned. Gunshots aren't going to condemn an apartment. I mean, all I've seen is the kitchen, the stairwell, and the bedroom, but it didn't look condemned to me. Maybe that's why he had to leave. Maybe he had to leave because they were condemning the apartment because it didn't pass inspection. I knew that when I first started watching, she said that he had to move out. Mel said that Zach had to move out when they were still together. And they just split up. And I know that Zach was like begging for his life. I don't blame him. Oh my God. Did you see? I have pictures of Jaden's leg. Holy. There ain't no way he's not in pain or going to lose his leg in prison. Like, worst place to be with holes like that. So if Zach is struggling with his leg as much as he is, the holes in Jaden's are huge. Like you're literally like gonna get MRSA in the jail or the prison. Oh my God, worse than Jack. I have the photos on my phone. They're that bad. If I know how to send them to you, I'd send them to you. Like you could put your fist and arm into a couple of the holes, like gaping. Like I don't even know how that's supposed to heal. Good, he deserves it. I hope he loses his leg. That's what FAFO, right? Yep, that's what he gets. Want to play with the big boys? You're gonna lose your leg. There ain't no way he's not in amazing pain. There ain't no way that's even healed and he's already in jail. The two worst places to get MRSA is the hospital and a prison. Not to mention, I don't think they're really gonna give him all he needs to like change the dressings every single day. I agree. That's what he gets. That sloth's so cute. A little sloth. I want a sloth for a pet. He's so stinking cute. They have eyes like an eye. An eye and a sloth have like these big bulgy eyes and little tiny smush noses. I love watching these fish. Like they don't these fish don't even have any power to like not be whipped around by the current. Can you imagine being a fish? This isn't the way I was going. Like I can't stand it when I can't stay on my 2 feet. Look at the fish. Watch. He's like, where was I going? Look at he can't even swim. He's just like, I'd get seasick. See, he's trying to go forward and he's going backwards. How much energy they expend trying to get from point A to point B. Look at there it comes again, backwards. Going with the flow, exactly. Like when we say going with the flow, that sounds so calm and chill. Well, this doesn't look calm and chill to me. I was watching this earlier. I'm like, ooh, they really. His wife, he gets home. His wife is like, "Why were you so late?" And he was like, "Oh, the current." So, because I am an addiction specialist, your circadian rhythm is off when you're under the influence of anything. So, in order to get good sleep, to get into your fourth stage of REM, you cannot be under the influence. So, you'll stay in stages 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, but even too much caffeine, alcohol, drugs, anything, you don't get into the fourth stage of REM, which is where insomnia happens, but also your short term memory is cataloged and your like repairing micro tears after going to the gym or an injury all happens in the fourth stage of REM. So you don't get good sleep if you're using anything that is mind altering. So, in order to get good sleep, you can't be under the influence of anything. A good example of that is when people are drunk, they wake up and they can't remember the day before. It's not necessarily because they were drunk, it's because they didn't catalog their short-term memories because they didn't get into that fourth stage of REM. Yep, that can do it. You've messed with your circadian rhythm. And after drug use, depending on the type of drug and the how much you were using, it can take anywhere from 12 to 18 months to get back to your circadian rhythm and homeostasis. So, not to say you don't get any benefits in the meantime, in the first couple months or 6 months or 8 months, you still get benefits, but for your body to be fully back in its homeostasis circadian rhythm, it can take up to 12 to 16 months after you stop a mind altering substance. Also, screen time isn't helping. So if you're always doom scrolling, you're probably not helping yourself any in that respect. No, I don't think it would be the heavy drinking if you stopped drinking since then. It wouldn't be that anymore because your body does recover. We have something called neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity, yeah. So that means that your brain can change and heal. It's not like you damaged it way back when. It's current use most of the time. I mean, there's other reasons for insomnia too, but being a LADAC, I definitely know that anything mind altering keeps you out of that fourth stage of REM. Good. So a sleep diet is important. Stop using electronics or screen time um, a certain amount before bed. Don't drink caffeine past a certain time. Do some wind down, even maybe do some like push-ups or sit-ups right before bed to try to get rid of some of that, adrenaline that's in your body. How long did you work at the place where you had to get up that early? That could be. Also, do you like evenings alone? Some people just like the solitude and quietness of nighttime. I know I do. Funny thing, I tried to do lives talking about mental health and wellness and drug and alcohol use and insomnia and all that. And nobody really wanted to watch. I didn't really get a lot of viewership and engagement. I get more engagement with this. And last night I think I did a live with Kensington and Skid Row, Kensington, Pennsylvania, Kensington Street, and I got 620 viewers. Not even speaking, wasn't even talking. Trying to get viewership up so that I get all the hours I need for monetization. So I need watch hours. So I'm trying different things to see what people actually want to see and talk about. So thanks for stopping in. I like talking. Quit what in March? It's weird. Like, I'm trying to bring positivity, but people don't always want to talk about things that are healthy. Like, I watch a lot of, what do they call them? Lol cow and horror cow and homeless people and people with mental health issues and going through like psychotic breaks. And there's a whole bunch of people watching those lives. my my retirement plan, I bought a whole rolling duffel case full of like a drone and all my equipment that I can travel the world and vlog it, which I'm going to do. I'm going on a cruise in October, which I'm going to vlog. My first trip, I want to be to either Thailand or Vietnam or Japan. I'm going to vlog that. So you quit work in March. Maybe you're bored. Are you bored? Maybe that's why you stay up all night, because you're bored. And good job quitting smoking. Did you know on my test to become a licensed alcohol and drug addiction counselor, the toughest drug to quit is tobacco. In case you ever want to pass the test, that's the answer. What's the hardest drug to quit? The answer is tobacco. Can you not sleep because your shoulder hurts when you toss and turn? That could be an option too, you know. And it could be all of the above, all mixed together. They make those pillows. Have you seen the pillow that you can put your arm under? It's got like a cutout hole for your arm so that you're not laying on your shoulder. Your head is up a little higher. I don't know how that feels on your neck, but it keeps you up off your shoulder. Screw that. I'm getting off work at 8:30. I'm not going to bed at 8:30. This sloth is so stinking cute. He looks all fuzzy. Do they stay fuzzy like that? He looks like a fuzzy puppy before they get their regular hair. I wonder if sloths always stay fuzzy like that. Or if that's a baby sloth. He's always burying head first into that little nook right there. I don't know what he's trying to do. Oh yeah, I forgot you said you had to go to work at 3:15. I agree. I work from home as a therapist. I got to work tomorrow morning actually, but I don't start work until 10. So usually if Zach is streaming live during the day, I can't watch unless I've had a cancellation from my clients. So I work 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then I work until 6 on Thursday and 5 on Friday, and then I have Saturday, Sunday, Monday off. I do marriage counseling. I'm an actual licensed clinical mental health counselor too. I hold 2 licenses: my alcohol and drug addiction license and my clinical mental health counselor license. In the state of New Hampshire, where I live, a mental health counselor can only provide therapy for people who are actively in addiction, and that includes cigarettes too, so stopping smoking. You need to be a clinical mental health counselor to do all the mental health diagnoses. It's okay. You didn't know. I'm also a forensic counselor, which is a prison counselor. So I am Clarice from Silence of the Lambs. Forensic psychotherapist. I actually unfortunately it has to be New Hampshire insurance unless you pay out of pocket. For the moment, I can only see people in New Hampshire unless they pay cash. But just recently they passed a thing where if you're licensed in one state, you can work in all the others. Sorry. What state are you in? Oh, I was born in California. I was born in Mount Zion Hospital in San Francisco. There is something called the Counseling Compact. Once New Hampshire is signed up, I can work in all the other states that have signed up if I apply. Not so sure how that affects insurance, though, so I'm still waiting on that. Let's see. The only ones that are live Arizona, Georgia, Indiana, Louisiana, Minnesota, and Ohio. So those are the only states that can share clients. I'm waiting on mine to show up, New Hampshire to show up. Nice. I don't know the area very well. I didn't live there very long. I was only there as an infant, and then I went back to visit one year when I was about 16, 17. So I don't really know the area too well. I was standing, I think you're going to know what I'm talking about. Funny story. I was traveling with my mom and my sister and her husband, my mom's husband, and we're driving south to go to Tijuana. And I believe it was between San Francisco and San Diego. We stopped and I got out of the car and it was a beach. And my mom gave me some binoculars and I happened to look down and everybody was naked. I was like, oh my God. My mom whipped the binoculars away from me and she's like, give me that. Topless, maybe not fully naked, but they were definitely topless. For topless, do they still allow it? You know that TV show, My Worst Neighbor, on I think it's Netflix. The Worst Neighbor. You know that series? They had some lady um, who was considered like she was trying to like antagonize, and I guess it ended up where she ended up shooting her neighbor. But one of the things she was doing was mowing her lawn naked and walking around topless in front of her kids, in front of kids that lived across the street, right? So the neighbor calls and they said, our crazy neighbor is like walking around topless and mowing her lawn naked. Apparently, whatever state they were in, that's not illegal. So you can walk around topless in your front yard, even if there's kids in the area, and mow your lawn naked because if you're sitting down, nobody can see your special parts. So she didn't get in trouble because apparently it's legal in that state. I was I was actually shocked. Your wife would put an end to what? Oh no, I'm not asking you to. Yeah, probably. I just got in trouble. Heads up, we've detected videos in your stream belong to someone else. Oh, that lady? Yeah. So she was like a crazy. Well, she was just trying to antagonize our neighbors. It was like really weird. Oh, my warning went away. Maybe that'll work. I don't know how Zach actually hold on. I don't know how Zach actually gets away with playing his music because you get copyright. I thought they like maybe that's why he doesn't post lives anymore because his music is copyright stricken. What does your wife think of you being up all night? Is she up with you? No, no. Copyright is anything. I got a copyright strike because I had my TV going in the background and I thought it was low enough that nobody could hear it, except for midstream. I start singing to it and I got myself in trouble because apparently you can't sing somebody else's songs either. Oh. So I woke up the next morning with an email that said I had a copyright strike for singing along. I know. So I have no idea how he gets away with it. I think that's why he doesn't post them, but he still got monetized for having the watch hours. If you don't make it public, you don't get the watch hours. So I'm not really sure how he's still monetized because you have to have like 3,000 hours of watch time to be monetized and then consistently keep it. Maybe he's not monetized. Maybe that's why he does his Snapchat. I'm thinking. Because you can't send. Can you send Zach a super chat? I don't think you can, right? So maybe he's not monetized because of his copyright strikes. Because if you play music and it doesn't belong, it's not your music, you can get in trouble. Apparently, you don't get shut down, but you don't get monetized. I don't know either. I have spent the last couple days laying in bed, and then I went to the doctor finally today because of my breathing. I lay in bed because it conserves energy when I can't breathe. Finally get to the hospital, and they're like, "You have bronchitis." I'm like, "Oh, maybe that's why I'm coughing." Who's lurking? I have no idea. Somebody is. I can't tell who's on. It doesn't tell me unless they say something. Did you know that? And it's not me. I learned that you can actually show up as one viewer if you sign in on another device, but I'm not signed in right now. So it's you and somebody else. We know they're not watching the sloth anymore. I don't know who it is. Could be one of my grandkids. Could be My grandkids come in once in a while. I got nothing to hide. I don't dislike anyone. Kind of hard to dislike anyone in my profession. I've had clients say, "Do you like me?" I'm like, "Well, if I didn't like you, like truly didn't like somebody, how I'm not going to be a good therapist, right? Because bad thoughts become bad feelings and bad feelings become bad behaviors. And then I'd be a shitty therapist to them." So my issue is if I have any negative thoughts about a client, now they can make me like frustrated or anxious, and I say that. I say, "So I'm feeling a little frustrated right now. Anybody else in your life ever get frustrated with you?" But I don't let those feelings sit, so I don't dislike anyone. I don't even know Jaden enough to dislike him. I dislike what he did. I dislike what he did to Mel. I dislike what he did to Zach. I don't know him. He seemed a little predatory based on things that Mel has said. He can't even blame it on drugs. He wasn't doing drugs, which is the weird part. Like, he was literally not part of that. He didn't want Mel hanging out with anybody that did drugs, and he listed a whole bunch of people, and Zach was one of them. So I don't know why he sat at Zach's kitchen table a couple days before the shooting. It makes no sense at all to me. You know, practice what you preach. If you don't want your girl there, you don't go there either. It's a no-brainer, right? I don't know if they have the death penalty. Do they? In Missouri? Ooh, they do. Capital punishment can be sought for first-degree murder, which is what he's getting charged with. Ooh, it's lethal injection. Missouri and Indiana are the only two states that allow a judge to impose a death sentence if a jury deadlocks on the penalty. So, a judicial override, if the jury's deadlocked, can be done in Missouri. And they're not in a separate death row housing, they're in general pop at the Potosi Correctional Center. Oh, he's charged with it. No, he's charged with capital. If you look it up, he's charged with Missouri's, like, whatever they called it, capital, whatever. Look at his charges. Unless he pleads down. No, I didn't. Tennessee versus Taylor? Mm-mm. Aw, poor Jaden. 4 months ago, lawmakers are trying to eliminate the death penalty. Too bad he committed his crime before it was overturned. Ain't that some shit? Like, he's probably going to get the death penalty, and then they'll overturn it and everybody on death row will get life. I will look it up. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, look at me talking away. I was talking away. I was looking up what the benchmarks they had um, to meet. Because when you said a lover's quarrel, it's usually there's four things. It's either money, love, drugs, or mental health. And there are certain things that you have to meet for capital murder. And the state would not prosecute unless they knew that they could win. Because they're going to go for the one that can prove the most. So the fact that he got charged with like top capital murder, they pretty much think they have a open and shut case, which is probably because it's all on video. Well, no, Jaden wasn't doing drugs. It was over drugs probably because maybe Mel did some. Love. And I don't know if they can prove mental health because I don't know what Jaden's mental health history is. Although he's not a stable man in my opinion, but that depends on what they can prove. I'll be right back. He has been sentenced. It's in the paper. His charges were, he's not sentenced. I meant charged. His charges are in the paper. So it took a month to get arrested. It's going to take a year and a half to even go to court. He's not sentenced yet. Zach said there was they swatted Jaden's parents' house. That's how they got him. Probably where he was so that his leg could heal. And based on the size of the wounds, it's not healed yet because neither is Zach's. And Jaden's are worse. If I've ever wanted to do a FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, after the fact, after the sentencing, I want to do a FOIA on this case. Get all the videos and police cameras and footage and SWAT team footage and interrogation footage, and wouldn't that be cool? I could do a couple lives just on the footage. They're closed up, but he still has a lot of pain, like nerve pain. What's the one you said I needed to watch? Tennessee versus Taylor. Let me write that down. Have you seen you want me to do a live with a FOIA request? I can put together a live with all of Zach's, well, Jaden's stuff after he's sentenced. They won't give it to you before then. You can't do a FOIA on an open case. Don't, because somebody else will do it. All you do is fill out a Freedom of Information Act, and I think they're free. I don't think you have to pay for it, but I've never done one. And you get all of the interrogation footage. It'll be redacted a little bit, but you get the interrogation footage, the SWAT team footage, the arrest footage, like all of it. The footage from the shooting, which will be redacted, obviously, because they can't show that on TV. All the police notes. Actually, I don't think you get police notes, but you get the police forms. Like their actual private notes you don't get, but you get the paperwork that was filed. court proceedings, court video. Yeah, right? Now, honestly, I started watching because I'm a alcohol and drug counselor, and I was worried about him. I was worried about him. I started watching him the morning after. My very first time was watching the morning after her overdose, and everybody was talking about it. I tried to go back and watch it, but they didn't. They cut it out. Like I only saw up until when he called the police. But that's how long I've been watching. They don't need to call him. Big Funky already called in and gave his info. I'm pretty sure he's already. I don't think they're going to really need Big Funky. I mean, Big Funky's only going to say what he saw on video. They have the video. Like, what do they need Big Funky for? Like, they subpoenaed and have the video from YouTube. So it's like they don't need Big Funky to be like, what did you see on cam? I mean, they have it right there in front of them. And play the video right there to the jury. So they really don't need a third person because that's sort of called hearsay, right? I hear what you're saying. You saw the video. Maybe in the beginning for people that were like, hey, go check out this video. There's evidence. Yeah, that was needed then, but now it's not needed anymore because they don't need somebody to sit there and say what they saw because it's literally going to be played in court. However, what I hope they find is the contract. Do you know about the contract? 17 pages written by AI. Pretty sure they got a warrant to look through Jaden's apartment. And I hope they came up with he had like multiple copies printed. And I'm sure they took away all his guns because I know he had quite a few guns. Yeah, the warden's list, exactly. That shows his thinking. Like the tight leash he had on her and what could have led up to this, right? Which is weird because he brought her to his house 2 days prior. He was sitting at her kitchen. He was sitting with her at Zach's kitchen table a couple days prior. If you don't want her there and you're so worried about her being there and it's on your warden's list to not hang out with him, like, why are you there? Yeah. There's a video. Well, there was a video. She took it down immediately. She took down her shooting his gun at the range. Remember? It was like an assault rifle. Immediately, right after this happened, she erased all those videos. Yet, I don't know if you know this, but somebody just posted that Jaden was soliciting paid workers in Florida. That's how I knew he was talking to Mel again. Because the only way he's going to get Jaden's private messages is through Mel. Yep. I Googled the girl's name, and she has like a huge arrest record. Colored hair. She looks really sus. Like, really sus. The girl's name was, if you Google it yourself, Amber. Google this. Amber Lovell. Lovell. Tampa. And then put the word arrest. Mm-hmm. Yep. Pretty sure I can't say that out loud on camera. Let's see how I can say this without getting striked. He wanted to visit her back door. And the girl was like, "Are you sure? Because I really need dog food and to pay my storage unit fees." So I made a funny joke on the mod going, visiting via the back door for dog food? LOL. Right? Can't make this shit up. And I knew that somehow Mel got into Jaden's internet stuff, and that's how she found it. But when he was in Tampa, Florida, apparently that's what he was doing. I thought he brought her with him. I was pretty sure that he brought her to Tampa because I know that they went to Tampa for a while. They were gone for a little bit. So basically, he was texting behind her back, meeting up behind her back, and she's down there with him. Like, your girlfriend's with you. Have relations with her instead. Right? Right. So this girl in Tampa, he was texting, like, it's not like you're away from your girlfriend and you want to cheat. It's like she's right there with you. Why are you cheating? Mel said he was dating about 12 girls before that. And it appears that he has a type, even though he doesn't want anyone doing drugs. Google Amber Lovell, Tampa, Florida. She's way worse than she's pretty addicted. You can tell by her pictures. You have to be careful what you say on here. You get stricken. Whoever was lurking left. I wonder who it was. Oh my god, I can't stop coughing. I need my steroids and antibiotics tomorrow. Hello, who just came in? Say hello, introduce yourselves. Hello, hello. I see you. Say hello. It is 3:30 a.m. So I think he was always dating vulnerable women. I think that so Mel reported to him at work. That's how they met. Stop it. Why would you antagonize him? Hater's gonna hate, right? Maybe I have my first stalker. He gonna lurk and troll. I don't care. It gives me watch hours. People are always like, "Oh, all the trolls in the room." You know what? All the trolls are actually paying your bills. I like the people who stream and they're like, "Thanks for trolling. You're paying my light bill." I can't stop coughing. I thought my coughing was because of the heat. I have a breathing issue. So I thought my coughing was because of the heat, and I don't think it is. I think I went in and I'm like, ugh. I go in 40 times a year for my breathing because I need steroids, IV. And I was pretty sure the chest x-ray they took, like every other chest x-ray, is going to be clear. And they come in and they're like, you need antibiotics. I'm like, what for? And they said, you have bronchitis. I'm like, lovely. No, Halls doesn't work. It's way down in my lungs and my larynx. It's not in my cough reflex that can be quieted from a tickle in your throat, if you mean. No, I don't. Oh my God, I don't smoke. It would kill me. I've had a really bad asthma type diagnosis for 16 years. And I go to the emergency room about 40 times a year for steroids, IV. Usually, every chest x-ray is clear, except for this one. I had an upper respiratory infection a couple weeks back, too. It's like when my lungs are not well, they're susceptible to getting everything. What sets me off is, weirdly, barometric pressure, like thunderstorms, the heat, like the air quality from the heat, snowstorms, tornadoes. And then when I'm bad, perfume and hand lotion and dog hair and everything can make me worse. Well, thank you. This was me today. I don't think it's really location. Come on. Waiting for it to not be so bright. There we go. It's me. My arm. Blech. Location doesn't matter. I can't get away from... Oh, I can show you. Oh, somebody else is in here. I can't show you. If somebody else would tell me who they are, I could show it. Because if I know who you are, I can show it. If I don't know who you are and I've never met you before, I can't show it on here. They're not going to tell us who they are. Which is weird. All right, so this is... Okay, if you haven't Googled it, this is the girl in Tampa. Why isn't it coming up? How do I get it to show up? There we go. That's the girl in Tampa. I told you. It doesn't have a front door. And this is somebody else's leg. Believe that? Look at that. Blech. How's that going to get better in jail? Right? Well, it's gonna, if it isn't, that was a couple weeks ago, but I can't imagine that it's healed enough to not get MRSA in jail. Imagine losing your leg if you don't die from sepsis. I can't imagine. Ooh, it's gonna rain. Yay! My garden needs rain. For the other person to sit here and not say anything, it's got to be somebody we know. There ain't no way somebody's going to sit here and listen to the conversation of somebody they don't know about. I don't wish anything upon anyone, but FAFO. I find it ironic that the person that created the issue got hurt the worst. Somebody was looking down on Zach. Thank God. I don't even believe in God. I'm spiritual, not religious. But somebody was looking out for him. Oh my Lord. If that's all he made it out of there with, he's very, very, very lucky. Ah. Somebody was looking out for him. That was a very, very narrow space. You have to be a really bad shot. I mean, if he was injured as bad as he was, I'm pretty sure he wasn't aiming or thinking straight anyway. You know, going to the shooting range, a lot different than being in the middle of something with an injury. So, as good as you can be on the range, nice and calm and comfortable, not really going to do the same in the thick of it. I love people that just come in and don't say anything, even though I wish they'd say something. I'm getting watch hours, so thank you. I appreciate you. You can like the stream if you'd like. I'd appreciate that too. I'm never going to get any sleep. You were talking about not being able to sleep earlier. They shot me full of solumedrol, which is steroids, at the emergency room today. So I'm like wide awake and wired because of the steroids. I have Beat Bobby Flay on the TV over there. I'm watching him cook. With the sound off because you can get copyright striked even if the TV's on super low. I need to charge my headphones because you can use one in your ear and listen to music. That way I could hear music and not be sitting here in silence talking to myself. It's just weird talking to yourself, even though there's people in here. Thought you said she was at work. Isn't she at work? Who the heck gets up at 5? Ugh. Not me. When I do get up for work, I set my alarm clock for 9 or 9:15 because I don't start work until 10. I ain't not about to be getting up at like 5, 4, 3. Not this kid. Oh, she has work. I interpreted that as has work like she's working. My bad, read it wrong. Oh my god, I want to get rid of my cough. This is going to be a really nice stream where I'm like through the whole thing. The stream where I had bronchitis. I like that emoji. Oh, people are driving. Birds are waking up. My dog is sleeping. The dog's like, "Why are you awake, Mom?" Because Mommy got a whole bunch of steroids pumped into her. So I'm like, ba-bing! No. Unfortunately. So I have a nebulizer. I had 20 meds. I've been doing this for 16 years. Believe it or not, what has worked for me, for 16 years, I let the emergency room and the doctors tell me what to do. I was on 20 different meds, 4 different inhalers, a nebulizer. I'd be in crisis all the time. I'd be like an 8 out of 10. I'd go into the emergency room when I couldn't breathe. They'd pump me full of steroids and magnesium. Then they'd discharge me with Ativan, which is an opioid, and hydrocodone cough syrup, which is a benzo. And religiously, they did that to me for 15 years. And I'm like, something's got to give. This is ridiculous. Like, I don't want opioids and benzos. And it's not doing anything. Like, it's like a Band-Aid. Like, it's not accomplishing anything. So I actually have been doing Eastern medicine. And in addition to making my own tea, which has passion flower, which works on your GABA receptors, mullein, which is good for your lungs, and then chamomile, lavender, a whole bunch of other stuff. There's only 7 things in it, though. So I made my own tea. That helps. But I also started kava, which calms down my system. And kava is almost like marijuana. It's a strain. It's legal, and it doesn't get you high or drunk but it relaxes me so that I'm like, my baseline is not an 8, it's like a 4 or a 6. And it has reverse tolerance. So the more you use it, the less you need it. So I used it religiously every day for like 3 or 4 months, about a year and a half ago. And now I only have to use it when I'm elevated. I just had some today because I went to the emergency room. It's from Fiji and Vanuatu in the South Pacific, and it used to be used in nakamals, which is a kind of like a coffee shop. So if you ever visit Fiji, they have coffee shops that all serve kava, so they're kava shops. And in my state, there's actually a kava bar that just opened, where you drink straight kava from a half coconut shell. So technically, I am doing something similar to marijuana, but it's kava. And you don't get dependent on it. It doesn't make you high. It makes you relaxed, like chill. Let me see. I can show you some. Hold on a minute. Where's my kava? Where's my other kava? Oh, shoot. I have to put it away. That's right. All right. So I started with... You knew it? Everybody has to do something to relax, right? Actually, I prefer this more than an opioid or a benzo. Like, my doctors had me on it 13 and a half years, and I'm like, all right, that's it. I'm done. I gave you guys 13 and a half years to try to help me. Now I'm going to try to help myself. So I started watching that lady who went on Alone, who sells a book about foraging and using herbs and flowers and stuff. And she, I forget her name, but she used to have, so I can't breathe because I was moving around and talking. She cured herself from multiple sclerosis. So I went down the rabbit hole on natural remedies. So this is a natural remedy, kind of like marijuana. I haven't smoked marijuana since high school, and I'm almost 60. However, this is what I started. It's legal. I think there's ashwagandha, L-theanine, lemon balm, and kava in it. So this took about a week and a half before I got the full effects, and then I used it religiously for like 3 months. Now I only need it when I'm bad. So this has other stuff in it, and you just mix it in juice like that, which actually I should have one. So I was thinking, because I'm almost in menopause, TMI, ashwagandha helps with that too, so can't hurt, right? And I got into all the mushrooms that help you out too, like lion's mane and all that. So so no, it's not addictive. No. As a matter of fact, the more you use, the less you need. Funny story. I'm going to tell you a story in a minute. So I just add it into my juice. And it does not dissolve. So it gets like the sludge at the bottom of your cup. So I have to swish and drink and swish and drink. And it numbs your tongue because it's part of the pepper plant. And you can bring it with you to the restaurants. And I'm going on a cruise, so I'm going to bring it with me. And I did look, and I think the only place that's actually illegal is the UK. I think the UK lists kava as a illegal drug. Everywhere else it's not illegal. So see, it kind of like sits on the top. I just have to like swish it around and like keep doing that every time I drink. So that one is easy to take with you. So I thought to myself, okay, so what would straight kava be like? You know, those people that opened the kava bar in Manchester, New Hampshire, they had, no, not kratom. This is kava. So it's a plant, just like that grows in Fiji and Vanuatu in the South Pacific, right? So when you go down there, they have what's called nakamals. You know, back when the American Indians used to all get together in the sweat lodge and smoke the peyote and make big decisions. That's kind of what the people in Fiji or Vanuatu did. they all get together in what's called a nakamal, and kava was their drink, like their ceremonial drink. So anytime you go down to Fiji on vacation, they literally have coffee shops that have like kava shops. So the one I just did, this is not the one I did. This one's full. This has other stuff in it: ashwagandha, L-theanine, and lemon balm. So I thought to myself, what if I got straight kava? So I got 4 different kinds, but I only have 3 left. This is my favorite. This is one that it's called creamsicle. Why can't my, here we go, creamsicle. This is the kind that this is the type that they serve in the bars in Fiji. And it literally is straight powdered kava. Funny thing, when this first came, I've had this a year. Look how it's expensive. It's $65, this thing. I haven't tried the other 2 because it sounds like they get you loopy, and I don't want to be loopy. This is like a daily drinker. I'll show you the other 2 in a minute. Funny thing, when this first showed up, I already had a tolerance to kava because I had been using these for a couple months. So by the time this one came, I knew that it wouldn't take me a week and a half to feel the effects like some people need. So I ended up getting this and following the directions, which says add a teaspoon to 2 milliliters of either water or milk, or some people have used, I use Crystal Light. Some people have used coconut water, whatever you mix it in. It doesn't have a flavor, and it doesn't mix in. So you're just drinking kind of like the powdered stuff in the drink that you choose. So it says add a teaspoon, right? So me and my daughter, we added a teaspoon. We were in bed by 3 p.m. Teaspoon is way too much for me. So now if I ever do the straight powder, I only do a quarter of a teaspoon because it's super strong. And this is not, I haven't used this in 4.5 months. Like, you don't need it. Once it starts working, you really don't need it anymore. That's what they call reverse tolerance. The more you use it, the less you need. So it's kind of like an aspirin. You got a headache, you take an aspirin, it goes away, right? So now that my baseline is low, if I feel myself starting to get tense or stressed out, where I would have used an Ativan for my breathing, then I will take a couple drinks of kava throughout the week, and it helps. So this one is the brand You Relax. That's the brand right on there. I think it's called Calming Company. I'll write it down. It's called Calming Co. And the thing I get is You Relax. These are expensive, but so worth it. So this one is Creamsicle. This is their daily drinker that they sell in all the Fiji coffee shops if you go on vacation to Fiji. And that one is, hold on, I'm going to move this before I tip it over. Designer. And the one I like is Creamsicle. It's an everyday user to me. They had a nighttime one, which was called Midnight Barogu. I used it twice, and I woke up with like a screaming migraine twice. And I just said to myself, I was going to try it a third time, but I'm like, I'll just give it away. And then I have these 2, which I've never used. Because based on what they write, it might be a little, not hallucinogenic, but heady. And like, it might cause me, like, I can use the Creamsicle and still be a therapist, right? This is like a everyday drinker getting a coffee, right? So I can do this and still be a good therapist. These 2, I feel like it would change my mental space, if that makes sense. So one of them says it starts in the body and ends in the head. No idea what that means. And the other one says that it's kind of a heady. So this is Daydream. And this is Luxury So these two do something. So I want to do this maybe on a weekend or a holiday weekend, or so I don't know what these two do at all. I haven't used them because I'm not sure I could be, an ethical therapist if I was doing these on a daily basis. But this one, the creamsicle, I've used religiously, but I haven't used it for 3.5 months because I haven't needed it until recently. And then these two I haven't used at all. These are brand new. They come literally that full. But I think they're $65 a piece. I paid $200 to buy all four. They charged me $200 to get all four because I didn't know which ones I liked or wanted or needed. I know I do not want the midnight one. Although if you have trouble sleeping, that one might be helpful if it doesn't give you a migraine. This one is an everyday relaxer, kind of like taking a anxiety pill. That's why I love it. If you can see my drink, I don't know if you can see it. Like it settles to the bottom. So when I drink, I just swish it and take a sip. And it's part of the pepper plant, so it numbs your tongue. So do not drink it while you're eating. It's part of the pepper plant. So better than the opioid or benzo that my doctor's been giving me for 13.5 years. So the 20 meds I was on, I haven't told my doctor yet this, but I haven't needed all 20. I literally am religiously using 3. I still use my rescue inhaler. I still use my nasal ipratropium nasal spray to dry up my postnasal drip because it makes me cough. And I still use my nebulizer. Yeah, don't get me wrong, the Ativan made me feel great, but not a good feeling to get used to, because if I'm constantly relying on an Ativan to make myself feel better, and it was only temporary. So it was like, I've been doing this for 13 years. I'm never okay. I'm just not in major crisis. And they were just like, rinse, repeat, 40 times to the ER. Couple admissions a year. 40 times. Think about that. 40 times a year. That's like maybe once every week and a half. And then they would give me IV steroids. I was just there today. I was there 2 weeks ago. That one hasn't even healed yet. And I was just there again today, and he dug around. Had to use one of those ultrasound things to see my veins, like through my skin. It was kind of weird, like an X-ray of all your veins. And so instead of the 20 meds I was on, and one of my inhalers, they had me on 4 different inhalers. One inhaler cost $800. And then I was on 20 meds, including like amitriptyline and all these other things. And then every time they discharged me, they'd pump me full of steroids and magnesium. And then they discharged me with 10 Ativan and a big brown bottle of hydrocodone cough syrup. And they worked, but they were like making me loopy and dumb, and you can get addicted to them. So after 13.5 years, I'm like, this isn't doing anything but rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So this has brought down my baseline from an 8 to like a 4 or 5 or 6. So it works. You're the only one in here again. I wonder who that was. Somebody who's good all night to watch. And somebody who knows Zach, because why would they sit there and listen if they didn't know what we were talking about? I'd find that boring, wouldn't you? So you have to get it online. And they're both, I had to get a subscription, so I get a monthly delivery of this, You Relax. But I've been able to like put it on hold when I don't need any because I have too much. So this one, I think it's $65, but I get one of each flavor. And I can't even tell the difference in the flavor. One's pineapple and one's mixed berry. Literally, it doesn't make a difference. Which one it is doesn't taste any different to me because I put it in Crystal Light anyway. And then these, I don't. I only bought them once, and I paid the $200 for 4 of them. So you have to go pee. Want to go pee? Okay. Be right back. Yes, I know. I know. Which is better? Good question. Well, I started with the You Relax. Um, so I know and can speak from experience that within a couple days I realized I was sitting crooked on the couch, like I was leaning, and I said to my family, like, I'm not even sitting up straight. So it gives you that like dumb, chill feeling. I don't know what it would be like to start with the other one. So I worked up my tolerance with the first one, and then when I did straight kava, it hit me right away. So they do say that it could take you a week and a half before you can feel the full effects. Some people feel it right away. Um, I don't really know how long it took me. I just noticed that like all of a sudden I'm sitting sideways, which was funny. And then this one came. My daughter and I took the recommended dose, and we were in bed by 3 p.m. Both of us knocked out, like sleeping. So now I only, if I use this one, I only use a quarter of what it tells me to, because I don't need that much anymore. Like it's super strong, and teaspoon was too much. You running? Where's your bone? I don't know if you heard me. I answered your question. Were you in the room when I answered? Oh, we got little Bo Peepers. What are they going? Are they going back and telling him what I said? I said nothing bad, so I could care less. If they want to start crap, pretty sure Zach is very outspoken. He yelled at me one time. He was like, "Stop!" When he first made me a mod, I was accidentally banning people instead of putting them in timeout because I've never been a mod before and I didn't know what to do. And on my phone, you have to scroll down to the word timeout and then choose a time. And I didn't know that. So I was banning everybody and he got mad at me. He was like, "Stop banning my friends." I'm like, "Oh, sorry." So if Zach has something to say, he will say it to your face, which I love about him. Oh, so he's not live. He's just knocked out. Oh, no, the death rattle. You'll definitely know what the death rattle sounds like. That's what I listen for when I'm on his live. I'm going to go on his live right now. I'm on my computer, so I could go on his live right now. I have him and Mel as one of my search terms, so that's how I find them so quickly. I'm checking it out. I'll be right there. Hold on. Let's see what it says. 7 people are watching his ceiling. That's Mom's ceiling. Co-Silent is in the room. Oh, he's snoring hard. That's a normal snore. That's not the death rattle. Can I just say, since it's just you and me in here, this whole like lady that keeps I love you, hey baby, I love you, hey baby. Talk about like needy. Like he's not even looking at the screen. It's like pissing on a fire hydrant. You just need everybody in the room to know that you think he's yours, but little do you know he's with Mel in the background. Which is weird. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. I love you. Weird. That's all she does. Only Travis can keep me in line. He's got his little finger on that shush button. What the hell? He must have the phone really close to his nose. What the hell? I normally shit in the AM. That's what somebody posted. I'm like, what the hell? We're all adults with responsibilities. None of us can sit on YouTube all day. Well, I am, and I'm a responsible adult. All the OG mods still show up and check on Zach. Yep, we do. Also, they use group chats to stay in contact. We do. Mods are just people. We have lives. I'm trying to go up and read. Hold on. Funky was on the last stream? I haven't seen Funky in a while. All right, went back as far as I could.
Okay, I'm coming.
I don't even, I honestly don't, unless he went to bed, I don't see him even on this one. Mashed, Apocalyptic, Midnight, Salmon, Jamie, Salmon. Yeah, I don't even see him in there in the last half hour anyway. Maybe he went to bed. What's a lie? The guy's got 44 likes. I have 2.
During the
He sleeps every stream. No, co-silent. He's not sleeping. Yeah, I haven't seen Big Funky. Big Funky would have said hello to me. Who is the chick that used to come in? Really pretty girl from Canada. Do you remember her name? I sent her some of my tea. Which, I hope she liked it, because to send something to Canada was a lot of money. It was like $26 just to send some girl I've never met before 3 bags of tea. And you're not allowed to send tea. Mine's not technically tea leaves, it's flowers. So they put flowers down at the postal service because you cannot internationally ship tea leaves. There's no tea leaves in mine. It's mullein and calendula and rose and chamomile and mullein and passion flower. I just posted in there. You only have one way to toggle back and forth. You don't have 2. I'm on my computer and my phone. I'm pretty sure that's why he has his Dono and Cash App and everything up, because he's not monetized because he keeps playing music. Or maybe he didn't get 3,000 watch hours, which I doubt. I just think he's not monetized because he keeps getting copyright strikes from his music. It was like something. She's in my subscriptions. Let me, because I've watched her. Let me see if I can find her. I have a lot of subscription names though. Like I subbed to a lot of people because I get bored. Her name was. Let me see if I can find it. There's another girl I watch who hasn't been on in a while. She's posted recently, but she's actively psychotic. And I watch her every once in a while. She disappeared for a while, but she's back. She walks. First time I saw her, she was walking around the house with a Cyber. Yeah. So I sent Cyber. Let me go down to the word Cyber. I'll tell you exactly what it was. It wasn't. No, it didn't come up. It's not. The first word isn't Cyber. It didn't come up. But yeah, it was Cyber. I sent her tea. She's super pretty and she has a boyfriend. She's always posting, which is weird why she was like flirting with Zach and then posting with her boyfriend that day about where he was taking her and everything. That's why I'm single. I don't trust people doing that shit. You got Jaden in Tampa with that Amber girl. You got Cyber flirting with Travis while she's living with her boyfriend. Like, good for you for not. However, there's more male mods than there are female. I think the girl that says, "Hey, hi, baby." I think she's the only other girl other than me. Yeah, bad boundaries. I hear you. If she's going to, you know what, character is what you do when no one's looking. And if she's doing that on a live when her boyfriend isn't looking, your character is showing, in my opinion. In my humble opinion. I'm assuming you already liked my stream. You're probably the only other one. Because the first like was me. You can like your own stream, by the way. Which I did. I always sign on my phone. Watch, if I turn off my volume, watch, I can make it go up to 2. Ready? I'll watch my own stream. Yeah, I know. Ready? It's going to go up to 2. Watching. Because I just signed in. Wow, it takes a while. Oh, yep, there we go. That's me. And then I can also do this. Ready? See if you see the hearts. That's me too. Apparently you can do that to your own stream. Weird, huh? You can like your own stream, watch your own stream and add to the watch hours, and love your own stream, which is weird. As long as your sound is not on, because there'd be back noise, feedback. Oh, my baby's sleeping. I retracted. I had, when I was doing the animal feeds, I said so stinking cute because I had puppies up there, but I just took it down because I don't want people signing on and I'm saying so stinking cute about myself. This is weird. Retracted. See, gotta swish and sip. It never, ever mixes in. Just settles to the bottom, so you gotta swish it when you sip. She seems it. How did you see that? Yeah, I know. Where'd you read it, though? Oh. So, last night, I streamed for 4 hours, and I got 617 views playing Kensington, Pennsylvania, and Allegheny Station. Today, I've been streaming for 3 hours, and I got 15 views. People on drugs, 617 views. Me and animals, 15 views. I did mindful meditation, 5 views. Lovely, huh? It's weird. In her bio. Let me go see if I can see her bio. Subscriptions. Zach's page. Go to his live. People are still watching this healing. Go to her channel. She smokes weed. You can tell she's special needs by her spelling. What's ATISCE? Atis? You can tell by her spelling, but I don't see anything where it says she's special needs. My daughter's special needs. Her spelling has got better because you can use talk to text, but she often sounds much like that. Where's she from? Does it say? And she wasn't Midnight Wolf. She was some other name. Began with an S. Does she? Wonder why. She's getting 1.4 thousand views dancing. 1.4 thousand. I don't get that many. And she only has 66 subscribers. I have twice as many. She only has 6 videos. 6. 6 videos. 66 subscribers. I think I have 161. She only has 6 videos, and 3 of them have over 1,000 views. Actually, I did get that many. I'm lying. I think one of my things got 56,000 views. Hold on, let me see. My videos. Shorts. 961, 997, 1.3, 2.8, 3.1, 12,000, 1,000, 2,000, 1.6, 5.1, 2.4. Oh, I guess I do. 1.8, 2.7. All right, I'll shut my mouth. No, I know you weren't. I didn't take it. You were very respectful when you said it. I didn't take it disrespectfully. No, like if you use the R word, I would have got mad. But, well, not mad, but offended. My daughter has special needs. 5,000 views. Is that my largest view? 5,000. 4.6 thousand. 2.4. 1.8. 5.1. I already took you out. 12,000 views. But yeah, but I boosted that. I paid for that. So that doesn't count. I paid for a boosted about my tea video. So the 12,000 I got on that one doesn't count because I paid for those views. I guess 5.1 thousand is my largest. I thought there was a larger. Hold on. I thought there was a longer one. My grandson did an unboxing video for me, and that got a lot of views. What was it? No, that was only 2.7. What my grandson did about my cooking was 5.1. I don't say that word either. What? Hold on, my dog needs your bone. Is it under there? Did you drop it? Where is it? Mel hasn't been posting her videos when she goes live, and neither does Zach. When they go live, they don't post them for later. So my daughter's almost 40, but I had cancer on my uterus, which made me go into labor when I was only 5 months pregnant. So the reason she was born was my body. However, I do come from what proof? Oh, I gotcha. Why they don't post? Yeah, I think they're all like weirded out about it right now. Like they're being watched. I don't blame them. I lived down where. Have you seen the movie Erin Brockovich? Where the French River, the companies were dumping sludge into the French River, and it was giving everybody cancer. Do you remember that movie? I believe. What was her name? Played it. Sandra Bullock played Erin Brockovich. It's a true story about the illegal dumping into the French River that was causing everybody in the area to get cancer. That's where I'm from. So I think a lot of my people my age have died of colon cancer. My daughter was born because I had precancerous stuff on my uterus. So probably from where I lived. So it was my body that did it to her, but I think it was because of my environment. That's my guess. Nobody's ever proved it. If you had a certain type of cancer, you could have sued and got money. But number one, I wasn't of age then. Number two, that's not what I was diagnosed with. No, this just started 15 years ago, almost 16 years ago. They said it was kicked off by stress. I've always had sort of like vertigo and breathing issues, but it really bad 16 years ago, almost now. And it was when I was in grad school. So the stress from working full time, going to grad school, made it worse. And it's my larynx. It closes up like a coffee straw, and I can't breathe and I cough, which is worse if you have like an upper respiratory infection or bronchitis, which is I have bronchitis now, and I had an upper respiratory infection 4 weeks ago. So all that makes me not okay, and then the thunderstorms and the hurricanes and the heat wave that was just coming through all affect me. Stress can give you insomnia. You got to do some de-stressing techniques. Something that works really, really good is heavy exercise, about an hour or two before bed. Because it gets all the toxins out of your body, like the stress hormones, adrenaline, catecholamine, that's going through your body when you're stressed out. If you do intense exercise, what it does is it's almost like a massage. It gets all those toxins out of your muscle groups, and then you flush it with water, kind of like getting a massage. So if you do some intense exercise and then flush it out with some water or warm tea or whatever, it'll help you sleep better. Because if you had a stressful day, then you try to go to sleep, you can't, because all that fight or flight is still coursing through your muscles and your system. So if you do some intense exercise and cold water on your face, both of those actually help your body calm down, and your central nervous system will release all those toxins, and you can sleep better. I'm talking like something to get your heart doing that. Not like 8 hours of like working at UPS and lifting boxes. I'm talking like intense exercise that gets you like breathing heavy and sweating. Short term, if that makes sense. Yeah, this is stress. My lovely diagnosis is called paradoxical vocal cord dysfunction. It just means that my larynx doesn't work the way it's supposed to. So I tell people I have asthma because it's an easy thing to say. But I do have asthma. But what bothers me the most is my larynx. So there's this guy in the UK. Supposedly he's in a mental institution. And I've seen his bed, and it does look like a bed that's like on the plastic raised, and it's got some waterproof blue on top of it. But he's streaming on his phone and smoking a vape. You can see the room where he had like the washable little, it's not a pillow, but it's like a round thing you put under your head. And then you could see his door that had the lock on it. And it's not a green screen because he was like laying on it or putting his feet on the empty bookshelves or whatever. But in the UK, they allow you to have your phone and a vape. This is him streaming from a mental psych ward. Let's see if it'll come up. Last night he said he was hungry, and he's still there tonight. And he has a side shoulder bag on, like they let him keep his bags. Like, how are you in a psych unit if you have your bags? Yeah, I know. Your vape, your phone, a charger. Because he said he was on, he was going to shut off the live when he got to 15%, which he did. But now he's back on, which means he has a charger. Which is weird. So it's like live streaming from a psych unit. And he has 32 views and 13 likes. Go figure. I do the opposite. I help people heal from these things, not stream while I'm in crisis. Nobody wants to watch me, though. Did they kick you out yet? He's sitting in the room. What do you mean, did they kick you out yet? I don't know. You know, though, they have a lower rate than us. They have fewer riots. They are treated more humanely. They have less recidivism. So they must be doing something right. Right? I know Sweden and Norway. I've watched those jails where they all sit out in the living room and play cards with the correctional officers. But again, they have better stats than us. I must be doing something right. I think it's the entire cultural mentality. Like, isn't Sweden the one that did herd immunity and didn't get the COVID shots either? So it has to be like a whole like cultural thought process, and I don't think we're there here. What are you doing? Get off the bed. Sorry, all this Crystal Light I keep drinking. I gotta keep running to the bathroom. Almost gone though. You can't see it. I don't think we will. I think that in order to have some of those process and to run smoothly, you have to have the group conscience. And there's too many riots and gangs and everything else in all the jails. They just tried. Did you watch that lockup thing where they just opened the doors and left them unlocked for a while? I haven't watched that one enough. But they tried a thing where they just left all the doors unlocked and trusted them. We have too many people with mental health problems and not enough mental health infrastructure. So you warehouse people in a locked unit that all have untreated mental health that's just being contained, and then you expect everybody to be okay. And you don't get what's called an open case unless you're in crisis, right? So not everybody can get a therapist. You have to be an open case, which means you have to be a danger to yourself or others. Those are the people that get all the therapists in the prison. And then there are classes offered, but they're not mandatory. Like, you can take them and possibly get less time, but that doesn't mean that you're actually interested in learning what it has to teach you or incorporating it into your life. You're just going to get some good time. So you see people doing that all the time. So the whole mentality isn't really yeah, and then the money, like our prisons are all privately owned. So you put all those things together, right? So other countries could have publicly owned, better food, better mental health infrastructure, less warehousing of people that are all, mental health deficient in what they're getting offered. Over medicated in our system, under served with programs and rehabilitation. And then the mentality of ethnic separation, gangs, like strength and power. Like, you're not safe unless you belong to something. So even if you didn't want to, you have to choose something so that you can survive. And then corruption. Oh, like I was telling you earlier, the drugs all get in the prisons because of the COs. COs bring in the phones and the drugs and all the contraband. Or the teachers or the nurses or the hairdressers or whoever. Well, they probably did. But you also have all those corporations that are. So they use the money. Hear me out. They use the money for clearing out the homeless camps. They use the money for containment places. They didn't use the money for things that are actually going to help the problem. How much money do you think it takes to go around and clear out homeless encampments and clean it up? And the homeless population, I don't want to get political, but what does that entail? Does that entail like unhoused migrants? Because they were putting them up in hotels, and that money could have been used from that pocket of money. Who knows? and and if you're considered homeless because your house burnt down in the fires, did the money go to that? Could, right? Who knows who sucked it up? Do you remember when during COVID, all the companies could use the PPP funding, and they found out later on that all the companies were like taking the money and not using it for what it was for? So there was tons of fraud. So the housing money in California could have been the same thing. I know. I had a great idea. There's a lot of colleges going under. I had a great idea to repurpose a college as like the dorms are all like housing. The classrooms are all for groups and classes and case management and meeting with your therapist and meeting with your housing specialist and meeting with a financial specialist and meeting with your case manager. And then, you already have like a kitchen. You can also get people to learn a skill by doing like culinary. A lot of colleges already had like auto repair shops where they could learn a skill that way. Like repurposing a literal college has all the infrastructure and all the state approved things that are going to get you like fire escape and fire extinguishers and a kitchen that will pass inspection and all that, right? That would be the perfect repurposing as a temporary pass through. And if you got enough funding, suppose you get this great big college and like, I don't know, I live in New Hampshire, so let's pick New Hampshire. You get this great big college, right? And you repurpose it, and you can literally have people sent from another state, although not everybody wants their funding to go to out of state people, right? So if you had preference for people in state, and then it's such a big facility that you could probably also take out of state people. Like if you do like, I don't know, 75% in state and 25% are for at risk out of state, right? You have to fall within, you can't be a sex offender, you can't be an arsonist, you can't have like a very violent past or history, right? That would be a perfect place to move people through and, like step downs, like the intensive people that just got there, go through medical and get all your ducks in a row, all the way to getting ready to leave and working with housing and getting, you can go back to your home state. Like you can work with your case manager there to get put on disability or put into housing or apply for housing in the state they're from. And there are legal ways to make them a resident of. I know that if I went to the UPS store right now, I could buy. It's not a PO box. If you get a mailbox, it has a street address. So even though I'm unhoused in New Hampshire, I still have a street address that I could apply for benefits and get a license and vote because you're literally established residents in that state. huge parking structures and repurpose it for parking. What? You already went out. Yeah, I'll be right back. Absolutely. Mental health and drugs, mental health or drugs. And now it's the price of everything. Whew, I can't breathe because I walked. I think that you see a lot more intergenerational living under one roof more than before. And if you don't have intergenerational living, then there's like living in your vehicle. And then there's homelessness. I've been homeless 3 times, so I know firsthand. A lot of the people who have mental health that struggle greatly don't feel comfortable going to the shelters because their behavior probably got them not kicked out. Some of them are kicked out, but not welcome there. So they're allowed to be either schizophrenic or manic or whatever by themselves on the street, which is sad. Believe it or not, there's quite a few people that appear to be homeless. They probably have more money in the bank than you or I, and an apartment. We have a lady that lives in my town, walks up and down, actively psychotic, schizophrenic. Some days she's good, some days she's not. She has an apartment. She pushes a shopping carriage, wears a yellow vest, talks to herself. Sometimes she screams at bushes. She has an apartment and more money than you and I. She's probably, people have said that they know her and she's rich. So it isn't always what we think when we see something, right? Yeah, but nobody is ever going to use a parking structure because it is inhumane. It's almost like letting them live under a bridge. Nobody's going to fund that. Nobody's going to allow that. It's inhumane. It's unsanitary. No infrastructure. They actually have, I don't know why they don't do this. You know, when there's like a natural disaster, Tide will send around their semi truck that will do people's laundry. Have you ever seen that? Why aren't there semi trucks with showers for homeless people? And why aren't we utilizing it more? You know, you got a food truck, you got a laundry truck, you got a shower truck. Like, how come nobody's funded those? I know people who would volunteer to do haircuts. You can have like a clothing donation truck. Where? I haven't seen them. Like all the time or just once in a while? You'd have to look it up. Ew. They're cooking with black squid ink. I don't think I like the look of it. Would you eat anything that was black? I don't think I'd eat squid ink. Can you imagine you poop the next day? I wonder what happens when you eat squid ink. Does it digest or does it still stay black? It's got to still stay black. Is it bad for you? I'm Googling it. So 2 to 3 times a week, I actually, for my college, I had to go somewhere where I was uncomfortable and write about it. So I went on a cross-country trip and I actually pretended I was homeless. I picked a city that I've never been to before and pretended I was homeless. And one of the things I did was I showered at what they call the warming shelter. You could do your laundry, you could take a shower. It was so disgusting that I didn't want to put my feet on the floor. I laid a towel on the floor because it was not clean. There was like remnants. I've been to truck stops where they clean the showers in between people, but the warming shelter did not. And I was grossed out touching the walls or anything. What do you call it? It's called digestion. I'll look that up. Squid ink digestion. Safely digested and passes through your tract. It has high melanin and polysaccharide content, which can temporarily turn your stool dark or tarry. It has natural marine compounds that help stimulate mucus secreting goblet cells and protect the stomach from acid. It's actually good for you. Polysaccharides. Builds a protective barrier for your intestinal lining. Who knew? And it helps neutralize potentially pathogenic bacteria in your gut like E. coli and Listeria, maintaining healthy microflora. Well, la-di-da. Why is it a disaster? What's going wrong? I think I'll try squid ink since it's supposed to be good for you. I'll try it once and put it on my bucket list. Well, thanks for staying on so long. And whoever else is in here, thank you to you too for giving me my watch hours. That's what I'm doing this for, to try to build up my watch hours so that when I do start traveling and going live, I have a bigger audience. I've only been on since March 14th. March 14th, I started this channel. So I'm not doing too bad. I have 161 subscribers. My highest video has about 5,000 views. Not bad. Thanks for sticking around and hanging with me. So they may not have a abstinence clause. Typically, people that actually have places like that, they drug test, and if they fail 2 or more, they get evicted and they can't use the program anymore. Sounds to me like they may be using a harm reduction philosophy, which is very controversial. In other words, smoke it, don't shoot it up your arm. Decrease your use. America isn't so keen on harm reduction like they are out in England and Sweden, those other places we talked about. So it's up to those places on whether or not they want to hold boundaries and kick them out if they have dirty urines, right? If shame on the facility for not having good boundaries. I ran an opioid center through SAMHSA, which is a federal grant that I had for New Hampshire, helping women get off opioids that had children. And, one dirty urine, the kids could get taken away from them. And we had to kick out quite a few ladies, and we had to let DCF come and remove their children, too. You have to hold the frame because they have to know that to be there, they have to do the right thing. And if you're not going to hold that frame, yeah, it's horrible watching the kids get taken. It's horrible kicking someone out who really needs it, especially if they're struggling or have mental health issues or have nowhere to go. But you got to hold the frame or it's not going to work. Yeah, see, that's shame on the facility for not holding them accountable. So I have experience running places like that, and I put more ownership on the people who are funding it than the people who are addicted. So shame on the funders. There is no shortage. If you hold the frame, the people who want to do the work will come and stay. If you kick people out that don't want to do it, there is no shortage of filling the rooms, believe me. Unless, of course, they're just lining their pockets and don't really give a shit, which is going to be short-lived because somebody's going to OD and they're going to lose their license. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging with me. The bad facilities get shut down. Those corner drug dealers are probably the police informants, to be honest. That's why they feel so brave and they can do it right in front of the police station. Because they're the ones that feed the police the information to go for the other guys. That's a true story. Why do you think they feel like they have the cojones to sell in front of a police station? Thanks for hanging out for hours. I appreciate you. I think the only other person that's hung out with me for so long is Big Funky. Oh, and the girl. What's her name? We said her name. Cyber something. Have a good one. Well, that's true. All the larger dealers will find mules to do their job. Usually kids or women or vulnerable people. People that really need it. Addicts. Okay, so what I learned this live is I'm gonna try squid ink on my bucket list. And you, my friend, are gonna buy kava. Good night.